Welcome to Hauntales, where darkest stories come alive. I know many of you tune into these tales to drift off to sleep, so settle in, relax, and get comfortable. Whether you're lying in bed or curled up on the couch, let the whispers of these chilling encounters carry you away. Before we begin tonight's story, be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel for more spine-tingling tales, and let me know in the comments where are you listening from, and what time is it. I love seeing how far our stories travel. For the best experience, use your headphones, close your eyes, and let every word sink deep into your mind. Now we begin our stories for tonight. The haunting at Blackthorn Way. The Harper family, originally from a bustling city, consisted of Sarah and Tom, both in their 30s, along with their 2 children, Lily and Ben. They'd spent the last decade living in a small apartment in the heart of the city, surrounded by concrete, and while the urban life was vibrant, they often found themselves yearning for open spaces and a sense of community. The decision to move had been brewing for years, sparked by a desire for a simpler life where their children could run freely and explore nature. After countless discussions over dinner and weekends spent scouring the internet, they finally agreed it was time to find a house that felt like home. After an exhaustive search through listings and open houses, the Harpers stumbled upon the peculiar farmhouse on Blackthorn Way. This weathered structure stood defiantly against the ravages of time, its sagging roof and peeling paint exuding an eerie. The neighborhood was quiet, lined with tall, ancient trees that whispered in the breeze, creating a serene backdrop that felt worlds away from their previous life. As they drove down the winding road flanked by wildflowers and rustic fences, Sarah felt a mix of excitement and apprehension, sensing that this place might hold more than just a new beginning. The house itself was a testament to its storied past. Its tall, narrow windows gazed out like watchful eyes, framed by thick curtains that fluttered gently even when there was no wind. Inside, the scent of aged wood and faint traces of lavender lingered in the air, evoking a sense of nostalgia. The rooms were spacious, with high ceilings that seemed to amplify the slightest sound. A gentle sigh or the laughter of children. Each corner held remnants of a life once lived, from the ornate fireplace in the living room to the intricate moldings that adorned the ceilings, hints of the craftsmanship that had long faded. Surrounding the house was an overgrown garden, wild yet beautiful, filled with untamed roses and unruly vines. A winding path led from the front porch to a small gazebo at the back, where the family imagined summer evenings spent watching fireflies dance under the garden had clearly seen better days, but there was an undeniable potential, a promise of life and color waiting to be nurtured back to health. As they explored the grounds, the children delighted in the discovery of an old swing set, its chains rusted but still standing, a remnant of joy from another time. As they stepped through the creaking front door, an inexplicable pull beckoned them inside, as if the house itself was inviting them to uncover its hidden stories. The entryway opened into a grand hall, where the light filtered through dusty glass, casting patterns on the wooden floor. Each step echoed, a reminder of the house's history, whispering tales of laughter, sorrow, and everything in between. It was a stark contrast to the hurried life they had left behind, and Sarah felt a warmth spreading through her, a sense of belonging that had eluded them for years. The town nearby was quaint and picturesque, with a small bakery that filled the air with the aroma of fresh bread and pastries every morning. Children played in the park, and neighbors greeted one another with smiles and waves. The Harpers envisioned a life where they could be part of this community, where their children could grow up with friends who lived just a stone's throw away. It felt like the ideal setting for family barbecues, potluck dinners, and lazy Sunday afternoons spent outdoors. Yet, even as excitement bubbled within them, there was a subtle undertone of caution. They had heard whispers about the house, vague stories shared among locals about its previous owners. Some spoke of strange happenings, while others brushed it off as mere superstition. Sarah dismissed the chatter as small-town gossip, but a sliver of doubt wormed its way into her thoughts. Was the charm of the farmhouse merely a facade, hiding something darker beneath? As they settled in, unpacking boxes and arranging furniture, they began to uncover the layers of the house's history. Old photographs tucked into the corners of drawers revealed families who had once called it home, their smiling faces captured in moments of joy. The children found remnants of toys long forgotten, their worn edges hinting at the laughter and imagination that had once filled these rooms. Each discovery deepened their connection to the house, weaving their own story into its already rich tapestry. Blackthorn Way itself had an almost mystical quality, lined with towering trees that seemed to watch over the neighborhood. The roots intertwined beneath the surface, creating a natural barrier that offered a sense of protection and seclusion. In the fall, the leaves turned brilliant shades of red and gold, blanketing the ground in a colorful quilt that invited children to play and explore. It was a place that felt alive, pulsating with the rhythms of nature, offering both refuge and inspiration to those who called it home. As they stood on the threshold of their new life, the Harpers felt a blend of hope and trepidation. The farmhouse promised adventure and discovery, a chance to create memories that would last a lifetime. Yet, the echoes of its past lingered, hinting at the deeper stories waiting to be uncovered. Stories that would intertwine with their own as they stepped into this new chapter of their lives. The first few weeks were a whirlwind of unpacking and renovations, filled with excitement as the family transformed the house into their home. Sarah Harper, a passionate DIY enthusiast, relished the wide plank floors, high ceilings, and expansive kitchen. She imagined future family gatherings echoing through the halls, with laughter mixing with the clinking of glasses as they celebrated milestones together. The kitchen quickly became her sanctuary, where she envisioned baking cookies with her children, the warm aroma wrapping around them like a comforting embrace. Lily and Ben each chose their rooms, eager to personalize their new spaces. Lily, the more artistic of the two, quickly decorated her walls with vibrant paintings and drawings, each piece a reflection of her imagination. She hung fairy lights around her bed, creating a cozy nook where she could read her favorite books, completely enveloped in worlds of magic and adventure. Meanwhile, Ben claimed the larger room where he set up his beloved collection of action figures, arranging them on shelves as if preparing for an epic battle. The children's laughter echoed down the hall as they excitedly compared their decorated rooms, reveling in their newfound freedom. So as they unpacked, Tom focused on repairs and improvements, excited to bring the house back to life. He spent weekends painting the faded exterior, selecting a soft blue that complemented the ivy and flowers surrounding the house. Each stroke of the brush felt like a promise of renewal, and he often called the kids outside to help, showing them how to hold the brush and encouraging them to create their own little masterpieces on scrap wood. Their giggles filled the air, a sound that became synonymous with their new beginning. The family also took time to get to know their neighbors. On one sunny afternoon, they ventured next door to introduce themselves to Mrs. Jenkins, a sprightly elderly woman who welcomed them with open arms. She regaled them with tales of the neighborhood, her voice laced with warmth and nostalgia. Her garden overflowed with colorful flowers, and she offered the children fresh cookies baked with a secret recipe passed down through generations. In return, Lily promised to bring her latest artwork for Mrs. Jenkins to admire, forging a bond that would flourish over time. During the evenings, as they gathered around the dining table, they shared stories about their day. Sarah often spoke of the quirky charm of the house, her excitement evident as she described the hidden nook she had discovered. They found an old trunk filled with vintage clothes in the attic, which sparked a lively discussion about fashion trends from decades past. The children begged to try on the clothes, transforming their living room into a runway where they modeled their finds, laughter erupting as they struck silly poses, while the sun flooded through dusty windows, illuminating particles in the air that floated like tiny fairies. The warmth of the house enveloped them. However, as the days slipped by, an unsettling presence began to envelop the home. The lightness of their new beginning tinged with a sense of unease. They began to notice small oddities, things misplaced or moved, as if the house was subtly reminding them of its story. Sarah felt at first a creeping sensation that something lingered just beyond her perception. The scent of damp earth and decay began to gnaw at the edges of their comfort, wrapping around them like a shadow, while she tried to dismiss it as mere fatigue from unpacking. The feeling persisted, growing stronger with each passing day. Tom brushed it off as an adjustment to the house's age, but Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that they were not alone. The children seemed to sense the change as well, their once unbridled enthusiasm dimming slightly. They often huddled together in the living room, their whispers barely audible as they exchanged glances filled with something akin to fear. Sarah watched from the kitchen, her heart tightening, wondering if the shadows they occasionally caught glimpses of in the corners of their vision were real or a figment of their imagination. In an effort to restore the sense of joy that had initially filled their home, Sarah organized family game nights, pulling out board games and card decks, hoping to draw them back together in laughter and companionship. They built blanket forts in the living room, transforming their space into a world of adventure, with Sarah playing the role of the fearless captain leading her crew on quests through uncharted territory. Yet, even amidst the laughter, a subtle tension lingered, an unspoken acknowledgement of something lurking beneath the surface. One evening, as they gathered around the fireplace, sharing stories and roasting marshmallows, Sarah noticed a flicker of movement out of the corner of her eye. It was brief, just a shadow slipping between the door and the wall. She dismissed it as a trick of the light, but the fleeting image settled uneasily in her mind. The warmth of the flames danced into contrast to the chill that seemed to creep along the edges of their reality, hinting at something deeper that awaited discovery. As the days turned into weeks, the house seemed to grow more familiar, yet the underlying tension persisted. The joyous memories of their early days mingled with a growing awareness of the house's history, a narrative waiting to intertwine with their own. With each passing moment, they were becoming not just inhabitants, but part of a larger tapestry woven into the very walls of Blackthorn Way. While the children, Lily and Ben, explored every nook and cranny with boundless energy, their laughter filled the house with life, creating a joyful symphony that made the old place feel vibrant. Each day after school, they raced through the rooms, discovering hidden corners and forgotten spaces. Lily claimed the small alcove by the window as her reading nook, while Ben fashioned a makeshift fort in the living room, draping blankets over furniture to create a secret hideaway. Their daily adventures infused the air with delight, the sound of their giggles reverberating through the halls, weaving a tapestry of innocence and joy. However, as evening descended day after day, a transformation began to take hold of their home. The warm glow of the setting sun gradually yielded to the encroaching darkness, casting long shadows that stretched across the walls, twisting into eerie shapes that flickered in the fading light. The children's laughter, once a constant presence, slowly began to wane. The familiar sound of crickets outside was replaced by a stillness that felt almost oppressive, thickening the air and wrapping the house in a blanket of unease. During the day, life took on a routine rhythm. Tom would rise early, his footsteps echoing in the quiet house as he prepared for work. He kissed Sarah goodbye and left for the office, where he immersed himself in meetings and deadlines, oblivious to the unsettling changes unfolding at home. Sarah spent her days unpacking and organizing, immersing herself in projects to breathe life into their new space. She would often glance out the kitchen window, watching the children play in the garden, their carefree spirits a stark contrast to the growing tension inside them. As the children returned from school each day, they burst through the door, brimming with stories about their adventures and new friends. Yet, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the feeling in the house shifted. Lily and Ben would often exchange nervous glances, their eyes drawn to the shifting shadows that danced across the walls. Sarah noticed their laughter fading, replaced by whispers that hinted at fears they couldn't articulate. The vibrant energy of their home began to feel stifled, as if something was intruding upon their happiness. Each night, as she tucked the children into bed, Sarah tried to reassure them, wrapping them in blankets and reading stories that had always brought comfort. But there was an unspoken tension that hung in the air, a heaviness that seeped into their dreams. Lily, who had once eagerly devoured every bedtime story, now clutched her stuffed animals tightly, her eyes flickering toward the corners of the room. Ben, usually brave and unflinching, seemed to sense something lurking just beyond their sight, his grip on his toy growing tighter with every passing night. As the days turned into weeks, the house's transformation continued. The evenings grew darker, shadows stretching and curling in ways that felt almost alive. Sarah often found herself glancing over her shoulder, the sensation of being watched creeping in like an unwelcome guest. She dismissed it as stress from moving, but the feeling lingered, intensifying with each passing night. The house, once a canvas for their dreams, now felt like a labyrinth of secrets, the laughter of the children morphing into echoes of uncertainty. Tom's return from work each evening brought a sense of relief, but even his comforting presence did little to dispel the mounting tension. Sarah would share her concerns, recounting the oddities she had noticed, the misplaced objects, the unsettling atmosphere. But Tom often brushed them off, attributing them to the stresses of adjusting to a new home. "It's just an old house," he would say with a chuckle, believing that the quirks of age were merely part of its charm. Yet Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that something more sinister lurked beneath the surface. Despite her efforts to create a sense of normalcy, Sarah felt the weight of the house's history pressing down on her. The children's fears grew more pronounced, manifesting in fleeting nightmares that left them restless and on edge. They spoke in hushed tones about shadows that seemed to follow them, whispers that echoed in the night. The once cozy corners of their home began to feel oppressive, the air thick with unspoken dread, as if the walls were absorbing their fears and amplifying them. As the family navigated this unsettling new reality, the garden outside transformed alongside them. What had once been a wild playground filled with blooming flowers and greenery now seemed to take on a more sinister aspect under the moonlight. The plants cast long, twisted shadows, and the wind whispered through the branches, creating an eerie symphony that accompanied the children's hushed conversations. They often lingered at the window, watching the garden with wary eyes, half expecting something to emerge from the depths of the night. As the weeks wore on, the Harpers found themselves caught in a delicate dance between joy and unease, their lives intertwined with the house's hidden stories. Each creak of the floorboards and every sigh of the wind felt like an echo of those who had come before. A reminder that they were not just living in the house, but becoming part of its ongoing narrative. A narrative that was slowly revealing itself, waiting for the right moment to unfold. Strange occurrences soon became woven into their daily lives, subtle yet unsettling enough to capture their attention. It started with the doors. Initially, it was just the kitchen door, which would creak open slightly even when no one was nearby. At first, they brushed it off as a draft or an ill-fitting hinge. But as it continued, they found themselves glancing at each other, curiosity mingling with an unease that began to settle in. On one occasion, Sarah found the door wide open in the morning, despite being certain she had closed it the night before. Cold drafts swept through rooms even when windows were securely closed. One afternoon, as the children sat in the living room coloring, Sarah felt a chill crawl across her skin, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She turned to see Lily rubbing her arms for warmth, her expression mirroring Sarah's discomfort. The sensation was fleeting, yet it seemed to pass through the house like a whisper, leaving behind a lingering sense of watchfulness. The temperature had been perfectly pleasant just moments before, and they exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the peculiar shift. Objects would inexplicably vanish, only to reappear in odd places. Sarah noticed her favorite mug missing one morning, only to find it later in the bathroom cabinet, tucked behind some cleaning supplies. She laughed it off, attributing it to her own forgetfulness. Yet, as the days went on, similar oddities persisted. Tom's favorite tool from the garage went missing for days, only to be discovered in a kitchen drawer beside the silverware, its presence provoking questions that hung in the air. "They must have moved it," he would say, though the puzzled look on his face suggested he wasn't entirely convinced. As the family settled into their routine, they became increasingly aware of subtle changes in the environment around them. The light switches would flicker unexpectedly, casting brief shadows that danced along the walls. On one occasion, as Sarah was preparing dinner, the kitchen light dimmed to a low glow, causing her to squint and fumble with the switch. Just as quickly, the brightness returned to normal, leaving her momentarily disoriented. She glanced at the children, who were engrossed in their game, seemingly unfazed by the anomaly. But Sarah's heart raced slightly as she wondered if they were truly alone. One particularly still night, as the family settled down for the evening, a loud thump echoed from the attic. It was a sound that reverberated through the house, a heavy thud that seemed out of place in the quiet calm of their home. The noise startled them, sending a wave of unease through Sarah. The children's faces went pale, their eyes wide as they looked at one another, whispering softly about what it could be. When Tom went to investigate, flashlight in hand, he called back to Sarah, reassuring her that it was probably just a raccoon or a squirrel making mischief in the attic. But when he returned, he found nothing amiss. No critters, no sign of disturbance. This only deepened Sarah's apprehension. It was as if the house had a life of its own, its secrets lying just out of reach. The laughter that had once filled the house now felt muted, replaced by a collective awareness of something watching, something that thrived in the shadows. As days turned into nights, these small occurrences accumulated, creating a tapestry of subtle tension. One evening, while watching television, a book fell from the shelf with a loud thud, startling them all. The book had been wedged securely between others, leaving Sarah to wonder how it could have fallen. The children giggled nervously, but Sarah felt the knot in her stomach tighten as she instinctively scanned the room for anything out of place. On another occasion, as the family enjoyed a Sunday dinner, the sound of faint laughter echoed from the hallway. It was a high-pitched giggle, reminiscent of children playing. But the hallway was empty. Tom paused mid-sentence, exchanging glances with Sarah, who felt a chill run through her, as if the sound had reached deep into her memory. The children, however, seemed oblivious, lost in their own world of stories and games, creating a stark contrast to the unease that settled over the adults. The garden outside also felt different, its overgrown vines and twisted branches casting ominous shapes under the moonlight. One night, as Sarah watered the plants, she swore she saw movement in the shadows. She turned, expecting to see the children playing, but found only stillness. It was as if the garden itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to reveal itself. The wind rustled through the leaves, but the sound felt more like a whisper, urging her. Despite these unsettling incidents, Sarah tried to maintain a sense of normalcy. She initiated family game nights, hoping to fill their home with laughter and distraction. Yet, even during the games, the odd occurrences lingered in the back of her mind, a constant reminder that something was subtly amiss. The joy they created felt like a fragile facade, precariously balanced against the backdrop of the house's growing mystery. As the strange happenings continued, the family's sense of comfort began to erode, replaced by a quiet tension that seeped into their daily lives. They were caught in a cycle of curiosity and apprehension, unable to ignore the signs that suggested they were not entirely alone. Each sound and movement became a part of their new reality, a reminder that the house was more than just a home. It was a keeper of secrets, waiting for the right moment to share its story. Hours turned into weeks, and the weight of the house grew heavier, pressing down on the Harper family like an invisible hand. The air felt thick with secrets, and each passing day intensified Sarah's growing unease. One evening, seeking to restore some semblance of order, she turned her attention to a dusty cabinet in the dimly lit hallway. It had long been overlooked, its wood darkened by layers of grime, and its door creaked loudly as she pulled it open. Inside, she found remnants of the past, old trinkets and forgotten knickknacks that had collected a thick layer of dust, each item holding a story waiting to be uncovered. Sarah rummaged through the cabinet, her fingers brushed against a warped panel at the back. It felt out of place and curiosity piqued. She gently pried it open, revealing a hidden compartment. Her heart raced as she peered inside, discovering a stack of delicate, yellowed letters, their edges frayed and fragile. The scent of old paper wafted into the air, mingling with the mustiness of the cabinet. She carefully removed the stack, feeling an inexplicable pull toward the forgotten words that had lain hidden for so long. The letters were addressed not to Margaret, but written by her, as if she had been confiding her thoughts to an invisible confidant. Who was this woman? Sarah wondered as she unfolded the first letter. Margaret had been the previous occupant of the house, a young woman with aspirations and dreams that once echoed through its halls. She had moved in with her husband, excited about starting a new life, painting a picture of happiness and content. Margaret had been an artist, known for her vibrant paintings of the surrounding countryside, each canvas bursting with color and life. Yet, as Sarah would soon discover, the brightness of Margaret's past had been overshadowed by a creeping darkness. As Sarah began to read, her breath caught in her throat. The elegant cursive flowed gracefully across the page, but as she continued, a wave of dread washed over her. The initial words spoke of joy and anticipation, Margaret's dreams of new beginnings and a fresh start in the old farmhouse. She wrote of the beauty of the landscape, her excitement at the blooming flowers and rolling hills that surrounded her new home. Each letter painted a vivid picture of a woman full of hope, a life filled with promise. But as Sarah delved deeper, The tone shifted dramatically. Margaret's handwriting grew frantic, the letters sprawling across the pages as if her mind raced to keep up with her thoughts. The joy that once filled her words was replaced by a chilling desperation. "Something is wrong," one entry began. "I can feel it in the air." The shift was striking, as if the ink had darkened with each passing day, the letters chronicling a descent into madness. Margaret described her growing paranoia with vivid intensity. "I hear whispers at night just beyond the walls," she wrote, her cursive now shaky and erratic. "They call my name, but I cannot respond. It feels as though the shadows are alive, reaching out to touch me." Sarah felt her pulse quicken as she read, each line a glimpse into a fractured mind struggling to grasp reality. Margaret's words painted vivid images of creeping darkness, thick and suffocating, wrapping around her like a shroud. "They're watching me," another letter insisted, the ink splotchy and frantic. "I can feel their eyes upon me, hidden in the corners, lurking in the dark. I dare not sleep, for when I do they come closer." The desperation in Margaret's writing was striking, each letter a plea for help that never reached anyone. The sentences were punctuated with exclamation marks, and Sarah could almost hear the echoes of Margaret's screams, trapped within the confines of the letters. As Sarah continued to read, she felt an unsettling connection to the woman who had once inhabited this space. Margaret had poured her heart into these letters, detailing not just her fears, but also her love for her husband, whom she mentioned frequently. "He doesn't see it," she wrote in one entry, referring to the growing shadows. "He thinks I'm imagining things." There was a palpable sadness in her words, a longing for understanding that seemed to reach out from the past, intertwining with Sarah's own emotions. Margaret wrote of the house itself, describing it as a living entity, a beast that breathes and watches. The walls, she claimed, whispered secrets in the night, revealing truths that should have remained buried. "It knows my thoughts," one entry read, "and it feeds on my fears. I can no longer distinguish between reality and illusion." The imagery was haunting, evoking a sense of dread that lingered long after Sarah finished reading each letter. The last letters took a darker turn, the ink almost bleeding onto the pages as if Margaret's desperation consumed her. "The darkness seeps into the very walls," she scrawled, tainting everything it touches. "I feel it in my bones, the weight of it pressing down, suffocating me." The urgency in her handwriting was undeniable, a frantic dance of words that begged for release. "They're coming for me." Another entry read, hastily written as if Margaret feared she might not have time to finish. "The shadows grow thicker, and I can't escape." Sarah's hands trembled as she held the letters, a mixture of empathy and dread swelling within her. The final letter was a chaotic scrawl, filled with exclamation points and incomplete thoughts. "I must leave. There is no other way," it proclaimed. "If you find this, know that I am not who I was. The house has taken me." The words struck her with the force of a physical blow, a chilling realization that the very walls surrounding her family might be harboring the same malevolence that had consumed Margaret. With every letter she read, the air in the hallway felt heavier, pressing in on her as if the house itself was closing ranks. The unsettling thoughts lingered in her mind, intertwining with the oddities she had experienced since moving in. Sarah realized she was not just a visitor in this house. She was now a part of its story, woven into the fabric of its haunted past. As she carefully folded the letters back into their hiding place, the oppressive weight of the house felt more pronounced than ever. She knew she had unearthed something significant, but the knowledge brought no comfort, only an urgency to protect her family from whatever darkness lurked within. The echoes of Margaret's troubled thoughts lingered in the corners of her mind, a reminder that some secrets are meant to be buried, and some histories are too painful to resurface. We're feeling unsettled. Sarah sensed a growing urgency to learn more about Margaret and her tragic fate. The oppressive weight of the house loomed over her, yet her children were a bright spot amid the shadows. As the day slipped into a familiar rhythm, Sarah often found solace in the joy that Lily and Ben brought into her life. Their laughter filled the air, a reminder of innocence that stood in stark contrast to the unsettling atmosphere that surrounded them. In the afternoons, after school, the children would gather in the sunlit living room, transforming it into a vibrant studio. They set up their art supplies on the worn coffee table, spilling colored pencils, markers, and sheets of paper everywhere. Their creative energy was contagious, and Sarah loved watching them bring their imaginations to life. Bright suns, fluffy clouds, and flowers swayed gently in their drawings, each stroke infused with the kind of carefree joy only children possess. Lily often took the lead, her artistic flair evident in the way she blended colors. "Look, Mommy, I made a rainbow," she would exclaim, her face lighting up with pride. Ben, always eager to follow his sister's lead, contributed his own ideas with a series of action figures sprawled out beside him. Initially, they embarked on whimsical adventures, creating fantastical worlds where heroes triumphed over silly villains. Sarah would smile watching them, her heart warmed by their shared enthusiasm for. However, as the weeks progressed, Sarah began to notice subtle changes in their artwork. What once was a kaleidoscope of cheerful images slowly transformed. One day, while she was washing dishes in the kitchen, she glanced over to see Lily sketching a picture of a tree. It was an impressive depiction, but instead of the bright colors they usually used, it was rendered in shades of gray and black. Shadows curled around the trunk, and the leaves appeared wilted, as if the tree were wilting under an unseen weight. "Lily, that's different from your usual drawings," Sarah remarked, trying to keep her tone light. "It's quite unique." Lily shrugged, her brow furrowing slightly. "It's just how I see it, Mommy." Her response held an edge of uncertainty, and Sarah felt a flicker of concern. Was something troubling her daughter? For the next few days, the children's artwork continued to evolve, taking on a more somber tone. The bright suns were replaced with overcast skies, and the once vibrant flowers began to wilt in their sketches. Dark figures started to appear in the backgrounds, shapes that seemed to loom and watch from the corners of the pages. Each drawing told a story, but it was a story that felt heavy and foreboding, casting a long shadow over the innocent beginnings. One afternoon, as Sarah settled into a chair with a cup of tea, she watched Lily and Ben as they immersed themselves in their art. The sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating their faces. Yet the drawings on the table hinted at something far darker. She couldn't help but feel a growing unease. The children's art seemed to reflect an unspoken tension in the house, one she was still struggling to articulate. "What are you drawing today?" Sarah asked gently, wanting to gauge their thoughts without prying too deeply. Lily looked up, her expression serious. "We're drawing our friend from the attic," she said, her voice steady but with an undertone of something deeper. Ben nodded in agreement, a knowing look in his eyes that sent a chill down Sarah's spine. As they continued their artwork, Sarah noticed that Ben was not just passively engaged. While Lily filled her pages with images of the friend, Ben was busy with his action figures, orchestrating elaborate scenarios that were increasingly sinister. He positioned them in mock battles, setting the scene for struggles against invisible foes. The stakes of his play grew higher, each encounter filled with tension, as if he were channeling the very shadows that lurked in the house. I think the monsters want to take her away," Ben declared, his voice low as he maneuvered his figures around the table, a furrow of concentration on his brow. "But the hero has to save her first." In addition to his play, Ben began writing stories in a small notebook that he carried everywhere. Initially, his tales featured friendly creatures and exciting quests. However, over time, the tone shifted. The story started to include darker themes. Strange noises in the night, lost children wandering through the woods, and shadowy figures that watched from the corners of his imagination. Each entry felt like a glimpse into a world tinged with fear, and Sarah couldn't help but feel unsettled as she occasionally caught a glimpse of the pages filled with his spidery handwriting. "Mommy, look at this one," Ben said one evening, eagerly showing her a page. It was a story about a brave knight who ventured into an abandoned house, only to find that the walls whispered secrets of sorrow. He finds a little girl who's trapped, and he has to fight the shadows to set her free. The innocence in his tone was unsettling, and Sarah felt a knot form in her stomach. How did he come to know about the friend in the attic? She exchanged glances with Lily, who was focused on her drawing, seemingly unfazed by her brother's increasingly dark narrative. Purple and Lucy's creativity flourished in ways that surprised even Sarah. Their drawings transformed into vivid tapestries of their emotions, wild, swirling colors that reflected not just their joy but also the shadows they sensed lingering around. One night, as Sarah examined a particularly haunting piece, she noticed a figure resembling Margaret, surrounded by a whirlwind of darkness. It struck her that the children were not just creating art. They were channeling something deeper, perhaps even trying to give voice to the unsaid emotions that hovered just beyond their understanding. This realization brought both comfort and concern. Could their innocence truly shield them from the weight of the past? The shadows in their drawings seemed to deepen with every revelation, and Sarah felt a knot form in her stomach. Were they simply using their imaginations, or was there something more to these creations? The thought of a friend in the attic, especially one who evoked sadness, filled her with an inexplicable dread. As she looked at the drawings scattered across the table, Sarah realized they had unwittingly tapped into the very darkness that haunted the house. What had started as innocent expressions of creativity had morphed into something that felt eerily connected to the past. With a mix of curiosity and concern, she leaned closer, peering at the intricate details. Each figure, each shadow, telling a story that was beginning to intertwine with her own family's narrative. Determined to uncover the truth, Sarah felt a mix of anxiety and resolve. The children's recent artwork and stories had stirred something deep within her, a sense that their innocent creativity was tapping into something more ominous. She found Tom in the living room, sitting on the couch with a newspaper in hand, the glow of the lamp casting soft shadows around him. "Tom, we need to talk about the kids," Sarah began, her voice edged with concern. Tom looked up, raising an eyebrow. "What about them?" "They're just kids, Sarah. They're playing and drawing like any other children." "It's not just that," Sarah insisted, leaning against the arm of the couch. "Have you seen what they're creating? Lily's drawings have taken a dark turn, and Ben's stories are getting creepier by the day. They keep mentioning a friend from the attic." Tom chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "Kids have vivid imaginations. It's normal for them to explore different themes. Remember when you drew those monsters as a child?" "Yes, but this feels different. It's almost like they're channeling something, or they're simply drawing what they see in movies or hear from other kids at school." Tom replied dismissively, though the edge in Sarah's voice gave him pause. "Let them have their fun. It's a creative phase." Sarah sighed, feeling the weight of her worries grow heavier. I wish it were just a phase. But it's not just their art. Ben told me that the monsters in his stories are real. They want to take the friend away, and Lily draws her with this sadness, like she's trapped. Tom frowned, his expression shifting slightly. All right, let's just keep an eye on them. They might need to talk about what's on their minds. Kids can internalize their fears and express them in unexpected ways. Later that evening, the family gathered around the dinner table. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken thoughts as Lily and Ben chattered about their day, their enthusiasm momentarily lifting Sarah's spirits. Yet, as they spoke, she couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was very wrong. After dinner, Sarah observed the children as they returned to their artwork. The colors seemed vivid, yet the imagery felt laden with emotion. She watched as Lily added dark streaks around the edges of her drawings, while Ben scribbled furiously in his notebook, glancing nervously at his sister's work. For Lily, "What's your drawing about?" Sarah asked, trying to steer the conversation toward understanding. "It's about our friend," Lily replied simply, her voice light but her eyes heavy with something unspoken. "Who is this friend, sweetie?" Sarah pressed gently. Lily paused, glancing at Ben, who was now focused intently on his writing. "She's in the attic. She wants us to help her." At that moment, Ben looked up, his face pale. "Yeah, she told us she needs to go home." "Ben, what do you mean home?" Sarah asked, her heart racing. "What does she want?" But Ben simply shook his head, his expression a mixture of excitement and fear. "She can't tell us much, just that the darkness is coming. We need to help her." Sarah felt a chill creep over her as Tom joined them, sensing the tension in the air. "What are you kids talking about?" he asked, concern replacing the earlier dismissal. "About the friend in the attic," Sarah explained, her voice trembling slightly. Tom exchanged a worried glance with her. "It sounds like they need some guidance," he said. As days passed, strange coincidences began to pile up. One afternoon, Sarah watched as Lily drew an image of a woman with a bandage wrapped around her arm, surrounded by swirling dark shapes. The image was vivid and unsettling, but when Sarah asked her about it, Lily replied, "I don't know. I just wanted to draw her." That evening, Ben was writing in his notebook when he suddenly looked up, his expression grave. "Mommy, I wrote a story about a visitor who gets hurt and needs a doctor. The shadows didn't want her to leave." "Ben, why did you write that?" Sarah pressed, trying to grasp the significance. "I don't know," he said, his brow furrowing in confusion. "It just came to me." The next day, their neighbor, Mrs. Caldwell, came over to borrow a cup of sugar. As she chatted with Sarah, she suddenly stumbled on the uneven pavement outside their home. Sarah rushed to her side, but Miss Caldwell was already clutching her wrist, wincing in pain. When Tom arrived home that evening, he was met with a flurry of activity. Mrs. Caldwell was being helped by Sarah, her arm in a makeshift sling. "What happened?" Tom asked, his heart sinking as he exchanged a look with Sarah. "Just like they said," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. "The children predicted this. Lily drew it, and Ben wrote about it." Tom's expression shifted from concern to disbelief as he remembered Lily's drawing. "Wait, are you serious?" "They're not just playing, Tom. Something is happening here, something we need to understand." With a shared look of trepidation, they decided to confront the mystery. That night, as they climbed the staircase to the attic, the air seemed to thicken, each step filled with a sense of purpose mixed with dread. When they reached the attic door, it stood slightly ajar, the darkness beyond feeling almost alive. "Are you ready?" Tom whispered. his voice barely audible. Sarah nodded, though uncertainty filled her heart. They stepped into the attic, the cold air enveloping them like a shroud. The sight that met them was both eerie and intriguing. First motes danced in the narrow beams of light filtering through the cracked window, illuminating the scattered remnants of the past. Boxes lay haphazardly, their contents spilling out as if someone had been searching for something in a hurry. In the corner, a trunk lay open, its lid creaking on its hinges. Inside were old clothes, yellowed photographs, and a scattering of forgotten toys. But it was the absence of the diary that drew Sarah's eye. The very diary that had once held Margaret's secrets. Her heart raced at the thought that it could provide the answers she desperately sought. Then, in the midst of the chaos, Sarah spotted a single, crisp page lying atop the disarray. She reached for it, her hands trembling slightly. "Help me," it read, the handwriting frantic and uneven. "The darkness is awakening." Tom's eyes widened in fear, and Sarah felt a powerful instinct to flee. Yet, another part of her, one driven by curiosity and the need for answers, pulled her deeper into the shadows. They began to gather the scattered items, searching for further clues within the attic's mysteries, desperate to unravel the truth behind the friend who haunted their children's art. Outside, the storm raged on, the wind howling like a restless spirit. Raindrops hammered against the roof with a relentless ferocity, creating a chaotic symphony that filled the air. Just as Sarah and Tom began to sift through the scattered belongings in the attic, the lights flickered violently, plunging the space into darkness. An unsettling silence followed, broken only by the sound of the storm. "Did the power go out?" Tom asked, his voice barely rising above the storm's roar. He fumbled in his pocket for the small flashlight they kept for emergencies, but as he clicked it on, the beam failed to illuminate anything. The batteries must have been dead, he thought, a sense of unease creeping in. "Great," Sarah muttered, feeling the shadows close and around them. "Just what we need." Her heart raced as she instinctively stepped closer to Tom, the heavy darkness pressing against them. The storm seemed to intensify, the wind rattling the attic window like an angry spirit trying to break through. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of lightning split the sky, illuminating the attic for a heartbeat. In that moment, Sarah's breath caught in her throat. The light revealed fleeting glimpses of figures lurking in the corners, dark shapes with elongated limbs and faces twisted in anguish. Her shadows danced along the walls, and for a moment, it felt as if the very essence of despair was closing in around them. "What was that?" Tom breathed, eyes wide with a mix of fear and disbelief. Before Sarah could respond, the lights flickered back to life, casting a harsh fluorescent glow across the attic. The moment felt almost jarring, the sudden brightness illuminating every corner and crept, but as her eyes adjusted, a cold chill coursed through her veins. They were alone. The figures she had glimpsed in the lightning were gone, leaving behind only the remnants of an unsettling atmosphere. "Where did they go?" Tom asked, scanning the attic, his voice trembling slightly. The stark reality of their surroundings felt even more disconcerting in the harsh light. The trunk lay open, its contents still in disarray, but the sense of urgency had shifted into a quiet. "Maybe it was just our imaginations," Sarah said, trying to sound reassuring, though the words felt hollow. But deep down, she knew that something sinister lingered in the air, an echo of the darkness that had seeped into the house. She looked at Tom, her heart racing. "We need to find out what's going on here." Tom nodded, his resolve mirroring hers. "Let's keep searching. There has to be more evidence of what's happening." They resumed their search, their movements tentative and filled with a growing sense of urgency. As they rummaged through the boxes, Tom stumbled upon a small, ornate frame half buried under a pile of yellowed fabric. He carefully lifted it, revealing a faded photograph of a woman standing outside the very house they inhabited. Her expression was serene, yet there was something in her eyes. A flicker of something darker that sent a shiver down Sarah's spine. "Look at this," Tom said, holding the photograph up to the light. "Isn't this Mark?" Sarah's gaze locked onto the image. Though they had never met her, they had seen a few old photographs displayed at the local archives during their house hunting process. A haunting face captured in time. "It has to be her," she confirmed, her heart racing as she studied the woman's features. But as she examined the background, her heart sank. In the shadowy corners of the frame, faint figures seemed to linger, faces blurred and indistinct, as if trying to escape the edges of the photograph. "What's that?" she whispered, pointing at the ominous shapes. "I don't know," Tom replied, his brow furrowing as he leaned in closer. "But it feels wrong, almost like they're watching her." As Sarah studied the image, she felt a surge of dread wash over her. The air around them felt thicker, pressing against her like a heavy weight. "We need to keep looking," she said, her voice trembling. "There must be something more." But after another thorough search, it became painfully clear that the photograph was the only significant discovery. They found little else, just dust-covered boxes filled with mundane items that felt devoid of any real connection to the past. Suddenly, the wind outside howled louder, rattling the window panes, and Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that they were not alone. "Tom, do you hear that?" she asked, her voice a whisper. "Yeah," he replied, glancing toward the attic window, the light flickering ominously. "It's just the storm." But Sarah wasn't convinced. The shadows around them felt alive, as if waiting for them to uncover the truth of Margaret's tragic fate. "We have to uncover what happened to her," she insisted, her heart pounding in her chest, "before it's too late." So with a heavy heart and a lingering sense of unease, they made their way back down the creaky staircase, the weight of unanswered questions hanging between them. As they descended into the dimly lit hallway, the storm continued its assault outside, but they felt the need for rest. They returned to their respective rooms, each of them wrestling with the dark revelations of the attic. Sarah lay awake in bed, staring at the ceiling. The photograph of Margaret burned into her mind. She wondered about the shadows they had seen and what secrets the house still held. Meanwhile, Tom, in the quiet of his room, found it hard to shake the feeling of being watched, as if the very walls of the house were leaning in, eager to share their dark tales. Sleep did not come easily that night, and the storm outside mirrored the turmoil within the Harper home, a harbinger of the darkness yet to unfold. As the days passed, the family found themselves in a strange rhythm, marked by Lily's increasingly dark drawings and Ben's unsettling stories. Each morning, over breakfast, Lily would present her latest artwork, and Ben would excitedly share snippets of his tales. Both intertwined a world of shadows and secrets that seemed to seep from the very walls of their home. One morning, as they gathered around the table, Lily placed another drawing in front of her parents. This piece sent a chill through Sarah as she studied it closely. Dark, swirling shadows encircled a small figure at the center that bore an uncanny resemblance to her. The figure seemed to be reaching out, hand extended, as if in desperate need of help. "Who's that?" Tom asked, eyeing the drawing with a mix of curiosity and concern. Lily, her tone serious and unwavering, replied, "She wants us to help. She's trapped." The innocence of her voice contrasted starkly with the heaviness of the message, and for a moment, the room fell silent. "What do you mean trapped?" Sarah asked, her heart pounding. She exchanged a worried glance with Tom, who wore an expression of growing unease. "I don't know," Lily admitted, her brow furrowing. "But I feel it. She's lonely, and she needs." As the week wore on, Sarah and Tom couldn't shake the feeling that something deeper was at play. Each evening after dinner, they would gather in the living room with the children. Ben sat nearby with his notebook, scribbling furiously as Lily flipped through the stack of her drawings. Each piece grew darker, depicting twisted figures and ominous landscapes that made Sarah's skin crawl. "What are you writing about?" Sarah asked Ben, leaning over to catch a glimpse of his notebook. Ben looked up, his eyes bright with excitement. "It's a story about a girl who has a friend trapped in a scary house." He paused, glancing at Lily's drawings. "It says she needs help." Sarah exchanged a worried glance with Tom. "What kind of help?" she pressed, feeling a knot tighten in her stomach. "I don't know," Ben shrugged, "but it feels important." Determined to uncover the truth behind the children's artwork and writings, Sarah suggested they explore the attic, a place that felt increasingly charged with meaning. Shadows seemed to dance in anticipation as they ascended the stairs. With each step, Sarah's heart raced, her instincts warning her of the weight of what lay ahead. Before they could act on their plans, the doorbell rang, cutting through the tension in the air. Tom went to answer it, revealing an elderly woman standing on the porch. Her silver hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she had a knowing look in her eyes, as if she understood the gravity of the situation without them saying a word. "Forgive my intrusion," the woman said, her voice calm yet commanding. "I sensed a disturbance." "How do you know?" Sarah asked, her curiosity piqued. "I've been watching the house," the woman replied, stepping further into the room. "My name is Eleanor, and I knew Margaret. She wrote to me many years ago, letters she never managed to send. She sought my help." A chill ran down Sarah's spine. "You know Margaret?" Eleanor nodded gravely. "I do. She was a kind soul, but she was trapped in this house by something dark. That darkness still lingers, feeding off the energy of its inhabitants. You must be cautious." "What do you mean?" Tom asked, his skepticism slowly giving way to unease. "There's a vengeful spirit," Eleanor explained, her gaze sweeping over the drawings and Ben's stories. "It has claimed the souls of those who came before you, trapping them here. They are trying to reach out, seeking freedom, and it seems your children are sensitive to their calls." As Eleanor spoke, she shared the story of the evil spirit named Morven, a malevolent presence that thrived on despair and fear. Morven's wrath was not born of mere malice, but from a deep-seated sorrow rooted in its own tragic past. Once a guardian of the land, Morven had been betrayed by those it sought to protect, twisted into a vengeful spirit by the very darkness it had fought. The family soon learned that every storm that swept through their home echoed Morven's anguish, a reminder of the betrayals and losses it had endured. As they delved into the house's history, they discovered that to confront Morven was not merely to vanquish a foe, but to acknowledge the pain of all those who had come before them, forging a path towards healing for both the spirit and themselves. It grew stronger over time, feeding off the emotions of its inhabitants, turning their hopes into shadows. Margaret, in her desperation to escape the clutches of this entity, had tried to reach out for help through her letters. Margaret had heard of Eleanor's reputation for helping those tormented by spirits and the unseen. Desperate to escape the dark presence that had ensnared her, she sought out Eleanor, hoping that the woman's knowledge of the occult could provide the answers she so desperately needed. Driven by fear and urgency, Margaret approached Eleanor, convinced that she was her last hope for liberation from the shadows haunting her home. Margaret tried to reach out to me through those letters, she explained, hoping I could help her break free from the entity that binds her. I know about those letters because I felt her spirit calling to me. It's why I've been drawn to this house. The spirit is strong, but the children's art and stories show the way. They have been touched by the souls who want to escape. Sarah's heart raced. You mean the drawings and writings? They're instructions for a ritual. Yes, Eleanor confirmed. But how can we help them? Sarah asked, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and determination. The ritual can only be performed by someone skilled in the occult, Eleanor replied, her eyes locking onto Sarah's. I can help you, but you must understand the dangers involved. If the spirit senses your intent, it may lash out in anger. Tom exchanged a worried glance with Sarah, but she felt a resolve beginning to form within her. We have to try. We can't let the past continue to haunt this house. Eleanor nodded, sensing their determination. Very well. We'll need to gather certain items to perform the ritual. Candles, herbs, and an object that belonged to one of the trapped souls. Of course, they began planning. Eleanor suggested they explore the attic together. That's where the energy is strongest, she explained, her eyes glinting with a mixture of caution and purpose. Once in the attic, Tom lit candles, their flickering flames casting long, quivering shadows across the room. The atmosphere thickened with tension, and Sarah could sense the children's growing fascination as they gazed at the scattered drawings and Ben's writings spread across the floor. Once everything was gathered, they set up a makeshift altar in the center of the attic, the air charged with anticipation. Eleanor explained the significance of each item, their connections to the spirits they hoped to release. Now, she said, her voice firm but reassuring, we must join hands and focus our intent. The words of the incantation are crucial. Speak them with conviction, and remember, the spirits need to know they are not alone. As they formed a circle around the altar, the flickering candlelight danced across their faces. Each family member felt the weight of what they were about to attempt, and an almost electric energy coursed through them. Close your eyes, Eleanor instructed. Visualize the spirits of the past, Margaret and the others. Picture them standing in this room, ready to move on. We are here to help them. The children nodded, eyes squeezed shut, and Sarah felt the warmth of their hands surrounding her. Tom's grip tightened around hers, and she inhaled deeply, gathering her thoughts as they began to chant the incantation. Just as the words spilled from their lips, the room seemed to vibrate with energy. Shadows writhed in the corners of the attic, and Sarah felt a powerful force pressing against her, testing her resolve. The flickering candles burned brighter, casting long shadows that danced across the walls. But then, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. A cold breeze swept through the attic, extinguishing the candles in an instant. Panic surged within Sarah as the room plunged into darkness, and a sense of dread washed over them. For Eleanor, Tom shouted, his voice strained. What's happening? Stay together, she commanded, her voice steady despite the chaos. We need to keep the focus. The evil spirit is angry. But it was too late. A loud crash echoed from somewhere in the attic, and the shadows coiled tighter around them, closing in like a suffocating blanket. Sarah felt her breath quicken, the weight of unseen eyes bearing down on her. Just when she thought they would be overwhelmed, Eleanor's voice broke through the darkness. Call out to the spirit. Let it know we are here to dismiss it. Its name is Morven. Morven, Sarah cried, her voice rising above the chaos. We command you to leave this house. The shadows hesitated, the air thick with tension. but then surged back, an angry wave crashing against them. The storm outside roared to life, a howling wind that rattled the windows and screamed through the cracks in the house. An icy breath swept through the attic, snuffing out the candles in an instant. Panic surged within Sarah as the oppressive weight of the darkness closed in, threatening to suffocate them. With a deafening crash, a heavy piece of furniture flew across the room, slamming into the wall with enough force to rattle the floorboards beneath their feet. Tom shouted in surprise as he ducked instinctively, while the children clung to each other, wide-eyed with terror. "Stay focused," Eleanor shouted, her voice barely audible over the tremble of shattering glass and howling wind. "Do not let it break your concentration." Suddenly, a window shattered, the sound like thunder echoing through the space. Shards of glass fell like deadly rain, and Sarah felt her heart race as she instinctively shielded the children. Outside, the storm unleashed its fury, lightning illuminating the room in jagged flashes, revealing fleeting glimpses of twisted shadows writhing in the corners. The spirit Morven fought back, manifesting its rage through the very walls of the house. The floorboards creaked ominously, and Sarah could feel a presence pushing against her, testing her resolve. "More," she cried again, desperation creeping into her voice. "You do not belong here. You must leave." But Morven was relentless. A violent wind swept through the attic, whipping around them with a force that felt almost sentient. Eleanor struggled to keep her footing, her voice strained as she shouted the incantation over the chaos. "For focus," she commanded. "Picture the light surrounding you, pushing back the darkness." Yet, as they fought to maintain their concentration, objects began to hurl themselves across the room in a chaotic display of destruction. A bookshelf toppled over, sending books flying like missiles, while a nearby chair crashed against the wall, splintering into pieces. Her sound was deafening, as if the very house were alive, groaning and shaking with fury. Sarah's heart raced, terror clawing at her throat. She could sense Morgan's anger, a palpable force that threatened to consume them all. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the house, reverberating in their bones. The walls trembled, and Sarah felt as if the foundation of the house might give way. "We can't let it win," she shouted, fighting against the rising tide of despair. "We must finish this." With every ounce of strength, she focused on the incantation, her voice rising above the cacophony. The children squeezed her hands, their fear palpable but their determination unwavering. "Morven, we command you to depart," Sarah cried, tears streaming down her face. "You have no power here." The shadows writhed, the air thick with malice, but they pressed on, their voices uniting in a desperate chorus. The spirit lashed out, throwing more furniture, and one heavy object struck Tom in the shoulder, sending him sprawling to the floor, momentarily disrupting their rhythm. The children gasped, their fear escalating, but Sarah and Eleanor quickly helped him up. "Keep going," Eleanor shouted, her voice steady despite the chaos. "You must complete the ritual." With renewed determination, they chanted the last lines of the incantation. The energy in the room shifted dramatically, a pulse of light erupting from their circle. Morven's shadows screamed and twisted, their forms blurring into nothingness as the spirit fought to maintain its grip. Just as they finished the incantation, another projectile hurled through the air, striking Sarah on the side and knocking her off balance. Pain flared, but she gritted her teeth, forcing herself to rise. "We can't give up," she yelled, her voice strained but resolute. Eleanor's voice cut through the chaos, steady and commanding. "Believe in the light. Feel it surrounding." In that moment, a brilliant flash illuminated the attic. a warm glow cutting through the darkness. The shadows recoiled, shrieking as if in pain, and for a brief moment, Sarah felt hope surge within her. They were so close. But then the house shook violently, as if caught in a terrible earthquake. The roaring noise grew louder, drowning out their voices, pushing against them with a force that threatened to tear them apart. Tom gritted his teeth, holding tightly to Sarah's hand, while the children huddled together, eyes wide with fear. "Keep going," Eleanor commanded, her voice a beacon of strength. "You must trap Morven and send it back to where it belongs." With a final surge of will, they chanted the last lines of the incantation. The energy in the room surged, and Morven's form twisted in agony. The shadows screamed and writhed, trying to escape the binding words, but they pressed on, their voices resolute. "Morven, we command you to return to the darkness from which you came," Sarah shouted, her heart pounding in her chest. "You have no power here." Just as they uttered the final words, the house erupted in a thunderous roar, a sound that rattled the very core of their beings. The walls shook, and for a moment, it felt as if the world itself was tearing apart. Then suddenly, there was silence. The violent shaking ceased, and the oppressive darkness that had filled the attic began to dissipate. Outside, the storm calmed, the wind easing into a gentle breeze. The once shattered windows now stood intact, the light of dawn spilling into the room, illuminating the remnants of chaos with a soft glow. As the dust settled, they stood together, panting, hearts racing, and the weight of dread lifted slowly from their shoulders. A profound stillness enveloped them, and in that quiet, Sarah felt a sense of relief wash over her. They had confronted Morven and reclaimed their home, freeing it from the terror that had lingered for far too long. In the immediate aftermath of the ritual, a profound stillness enveloped Blackthorn Way. The oppressive weight that had hung over the house for so long seemed to lift, as if a great burden had been removed. Sarah stood at the foot of the attic stairs, her heart still racing from the intensity of what they had just faced. The air felt different, lighter, infused with a sense of renewal that filled her with cautious hope. Tom, too, seemed transformed. The lines of worry etched on his face had softened, replaced by an almost childlike relief. "We did it," he said, shaking his head in disbelief. "I can't believe we actually did it." His voice carried a mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration, a testament to the emotional toll of the experience. Eleanor, still present in the attic, surveyed the family with a mixture of pride and concern. "You showed remarkable bravery," she said, her voice steady. "But remember, the effects of what you faced may linger. The children might need time to process." As if on cue, Lily and Ben emerged from the shadows, their faces pale and wide-eyed. "Mom, I'm scared," Lily said, her voice trembling. "What if it comes back?" Ben clutched his notebook tightly, his fingers digging into the pages as if they could shield him from the memories. Sarah knelt beside them, wrapping her arms around her children. "It's okay to be scared," she whispered. "We faced something terrible, but we're safe now." She glanced at Eleanor, who nodded reassuringly as if to affirm their feelings were valid. "We'll be here together," Eleanor added softly, her presence grounding the moment. "You're safe now. The darkness has been pushed back, but it's normal to feel unsettled after such an experience. Give yourselves time." As they descended the attic stairs, the house felt transformed, but the children's fear hung in the air like a cloud. The warmth of the day contrasted sharply with the chill that lingered in their hearts. For the following days, the children struggled to shake off the weight of what they had encountered. They clung to their parents, waking in the night with soft whimpers, haunted by visions of shadows and angry spirits. However, Eleanor continued to visit, offering wisdom and gentle reassurance. She shared tales of her own experiences with the supernatural, weaving stories that illustrated the power of resilience. "You faced a formidable foe," she said one evening, her voice soothing, "but you emerged stronger. Remember, light always follows darkness." Gradually, as the children absorbed Eleanor's stories and the family embraced the beauty of their surroundings, a transformation began. One afternoon, Lily returned from the garden, a bright flower in her hand. "Look, Mom, it's a sign that everything's okay." Her laughter, once tentative, Ben, too, began to rediscover his joy. He set to work on a new story, one filled with heroes and adventures, the kind that made him smile. "I'm writing about a magical garden," he announced, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It was a clear shift from the darker tales he had spun in the weeks prior. As they stepped outside, the transformation was striking. The flowers, once wilting and dull, now bloomed vibrantly under the afternoon sun, their colors radiant and inviting. Ben dropped to his knees, marveling at the petals, while Lily twirled in circles, laughing. It was as if nature itself was celebrating their victory, offering a stark contrast to the darkness that had once plagued the home. Yet amid the renewal, Sarah occasionally caught herself peering into corners where shadows lingered just a moment too long. She would dismiss it as a trick of the light or a remnant of her imagination, yet an unsettling thought crept in. Had they truly banished the darkness, or was it merely lying in wait? One afternoon, as the family enjoyed a picnic in the garden, a sudden chill swept through the air. The sunlight dimmed momentarily, casting an eerie shadow over the vibrant blossoms. Sarah shivered, and Tom raised an eyebrow. "Did you feel that?" he asked, glancing around. "It's probably just the wind," Sarah replied, forcing a smile, but her heart raced with an unshakable sense of unease. The moment passed, and the warmth returned, but the memory of that fleeting chill lingered, whispering doubts into her mind. In the evenings, they began to notice subtle changes within the house itself. The walls seemed to hum with life, and the creaks of the floorboards felt less ominous, more like a gentle reminder of their presence. Yet sometimes at dusk, Sarah could hear faint whispers, words just out of reach, barely audible. She would shake her head, attributing it to her imagination playing tricks on her. As the weeks rolled by, a sense of normalcy began to settle in. They resumed their daily routines. Tom returning to work, the children to school, and Sarah juggling household tasks with newfound enthusiasm. Yet every so often Sarah would find herself standing at the attic door, her hand hovering over the knob. A sense of longing pulled at her, but she resisted, not wanting to stir up memories best left behind. Then came the night of the first heavy rain since the ritual. The storm outside raged, wind howling against the windows. In the safety of their home, the family huddled together in the living room, sharing stories and laughter, the sound of their joy filling the space with warmth. Yet as the thunder cracked overhead, a strange sensation washed over Sarah, a feeling of being watched. "Mom, can we check the attic?" Ben asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. "I want to see if there are any more stories waiting up there." His innocent eagerness tugged at Sarah's heart, but a flicker of hesitation crossed her mind. "Maybe another time," she said softly, glancing at Tom, who nodded in agreement. They had faced enough darkness. It was time to focus on the light that had returned to their lives. But that evening, as they settled into bed, Sarah lay awake, her mind racing. The sounds of the storm outside faded, replaced by a low whispering that seemed to echo from the walls. Margaret, she thought, recalling the name as if it were a talisman against the encroaching unease. In the days that followed, the family reveled in their shared joy. They painted the living room in bright colors, filling it with artwork created by the children. The garden flourished, becoming a sanctuary of life and beauty. Yet, every so often, Sarah would feel a sudden chill in the air, a whisper of something unspoken that danced just beyond her understanding. And on particularly quiet nights, when the wind rustled through the trees, Sarah would catch herself gazing at the attic door, wondering what lay beyond. It felt like a threshold, one that beckoned her closer while simultaneously urging her to stay away. The year rolled on, bringing warmth and laughter, but with it came a deepening sense of awareness. Sarah understood now that the house was a tapestry woven from threads of joy and sorrow, hope and despair. The memories of what they had endured were not simply ghosts. They were integral to the very fabric of their lives. In the end, they chose to live fully within the light, honoring the past while embracing the present. The shadows may linger, but they were determined to build their life in the warmth of love and laughter. And as the seasons changed, the garden continued to flourish, reminding them that even after the darkest storms, life could blossom anew. They had faced the abyss and emerged stronger and more connected than ever, a family bound by love and the indomitable spirit of survival. But deep down, Sarah felt a whisper of uncertainty, a hint that the past might not be entirely laid to rest. As she looked out at the garden, blooming with life, she couldn't help but wonder what other secrets the house still held, waiting patiently in the shadows, as time wove their story into the very essence of Blackthorn Way. There's the desolation of Ashen Heights. In the heart of a desolate landscape, enveloped by an eerie mist, stood the remnants of Ashen Heights Asylum. Once a refuge for troubled souls, its crumbling facade was a haunting blend of stone and decay entwined in the relentless grasp of nature. Thick vines snaked up the walls, their emerald tendrils creeping over cracked bricks, reclaiming what humanity had long abandoned. The roof sagged under the weight of years, tiles missing like teeth in a grim smile, while shattered windows gaped like hollow eyes, peering into a past shrouded in sorrow. The grounds surrounding the asylum were a wild tangle of overgrown grass and untamed weeds, where the sounds of nature seemed muted, as if the very environment more once meticulously landscaped gardens had devolved into chaotic thickets, with gnarled trees looming overhead, their branches stretching out like skeletal fingers. A wrought iron fence, rusting and twisted, encircled the property, remnants of a boundary that had long lost its purpose. Here, the wind carried a chilling silence, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves, as if the asylum itself held its breath. Local folklore whispered of the asylum's dark history, tales of unethical experiments conducted in the name of science. It was said that the walls had witnessed unspeakable horrors, where desperate patients were subjected to cruel treatments, their cries echoing in the night, unheard by the world outside. The building had once been a beacon of hope, a place of healing, but over time, it transformed into a prison of despair. The line between care and cruelty forever blurred. At night, the asylum took on a life of its own, shadows elongating and shifting, as if the spirits of the lost were restless, searching for solace. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the walls, casting eerie patterns on the ground, reminiscent of skeletal fingers reaching out in yearning. The atmosphere thickened, charged with the weight of lingering sorrow wrapping around the asylum like a shroud. Whispers of past patients seemed to swirl in the air, beckoning the brave or the foolish to uncover the truth hidden within its depths. As the years passed, the asylum fell further into disrepair, its paint peeling and walls crumbling. Faded signs adorned the entrance, their letters obscured by time, barely legible but still hinting at the purpose the building once served. Graffiti marred the walls, the markings of those who dared to trespass. Each tag a defiant act against the memory of the lives once confined within. Yet, even in its dilapidation, Ashen Heights retained a certain allure, a dark fascination that drew in the curious and the reckless, eager to glimpse the secrets it guarded. Despite its decay, Ashen Heights Asylum remained a somber monument to the past. The stories of its former inhabitants lingered in the air, weaving a tapestry of tragedy and hope that refused to fade. It stood as a reminder of the fragility of the human mind and the dark corners of history that often remain hidden, waiting for someone brave enough to confront them. As the fog curled around its base, the asylum whispered its silent invitation, beckoning those who dared to uncover the mysteries that lay within its shadowed halls. One such soul was Audrey, a young woman drawn to the allure of the abandoned and the forgotten. Growing up in a small town filled with ghost stories and local legends, she developed a fascination for places steeped in history. Her weekends were often spent exploring forgotten sites, seeking out the remnants of the past and reveling in the thrill of discovery. Each crumbling building held a story, and she felt compelled to uncover them, fueled by an insatiable curiosity. Audrey had always been adventurous, possessing a spirit that longed for exploration beyond the confines of her everyday life. Friends described her as brave, often teasing her about her penchant for seeking out the eerie and the unknown. While others sought comfort in the familiar, Audrey found excitement in the thrill of the mysterious, embracing the challenges that came with venturing into the uncharted. Audrey's interest in the supernatural deepened during a summer festival in her town, where she met a group of older locals at a booth dedicated to sharing ghost stories. Intrigued, she struck up a conversation with them, listening intently as they recounted chilling tales of haunted houses, shadowy figures, and, most captivating of all, the notorious Ashen Heights Asylum. They spoke in hushed tones about the building's dark past, of patients subjected to cruel experiments and whispers of their lingering spirits. The more she heard, the more she felt a magnetic pull toward the asylum, igniting a desire to witness its haunting beauty for herself. The locals described Ashen Heights as a place where time stood still, filled with echoes of the past that begged to be explored. Her stories painted vivid images in her mind. Dark corridors lined with rusting equipment, abandoned rooms, holding memories of those who had once called the asylum home. Each account intensified her curiosity, and she could hardly shake the feeling that she needed to see it, to understand the weight of the history that lay within its walls. The tales haunted her thoughts, turning into a quiet obsession that prompted her to start planning her visit. Determined to experience the asylum firsthand, Audrey spent her evenings poring over old articles and historical accounts. She learned about the asylum's foundation, its intended purpose as a refuge for the mentally ill, and its eventual descent into dark. The more she discovered, the more resolute she became. This wasn't merely a building. It was a vessel of stories, a place where lives had been irrevocably changed. She felt compelled to connect with those narratives, to walk the very halls that had borne witness to unimaginable suffering. On a misty morning, she set out on her journey, excitement bubbling within her as she drove through winding roads bordered by dense woods. Each mile felt like a step back in time, drawing her closer to the haunting presence of the asylum. As the towering structure came into view, A shiver of anticipation coursed through her, mingling with the apprehension that had settled in her stomach. The sight was both mesmerizing and unsettling, a reminder of the lives once held within its walls. Upon arriving, Audrey parked her car on the overgrown path leading to the entrance. The heavy iron gates stood slightly ajar, creaking softly as they swayed in the breeze. This place, once a sanctuary and now a ruin, seemed to beckon her closer. The air was thick with an otherworldly stillness, wrapping around her like a cloak. Standing at the threshold, she could almost sense the weight of countless stories pressing in from the shadows. With a deep breath to steady her nerves, Audrey gripped her flashlight tightly, her heart racing with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Each step she took toward the gates felt monumental, marking the beginning of her exploration into the depths of Ashen Heights. The heavy iron gates creaked open, as if inviting her into the abyss. She took a deep breath, her heart racing with a mixture of excitement and trepidation, and stepped inside. The foyer was cloaked in shadows, an unsettling silence enveloping Audrey as she stepped into Ashen Heights Asylum. Remnants of ornate chandeliers swayed gently from the ceiling, their crystals long since removed, casting faint shapes on the cracked moss. Weak beams of light filtered through the shattered panes, illuminating fragments of a once thriving institution. It felt as if the building was holding on to the memories of all who had passed through its doors, preserving their stories within its walls. As she surveyed her surroundings, Audrey was struck by the pervasive decay. Faded wallpaper peeled from the walls, revealing layers of history beneath, each strip hinting at the stories woven into the fabric of the asylum. The air was heavy with the scent of mildew and dampness, a tangible reminder of the years spent abandoned. Shadows lingered in the corners, while the distant sound of dripping water echoed, heightening the sense of unease in the space. The floor creaked beneath her weight with every cautious step, almost as if the asylum was aware of her presence. Audrey felt a knot form in her stomach, an instinctive reaction to the sorrow that seemed to hang in the air. Her flashlight beam swept across the foyer, revealing remnants of broken furniture. A once elegant reception desk lay splintered, and an overturned chair rested at an awkward angle, suggesting a hasty departure. Scattered across the floor were faded patient files, their pages yellowed and fragile, bearing witness to the lives confined within these walls. Audrey knelt to examine one, her fingers brushing against the delicate paper, revealing names and diagnoses that spoke of despair. The words felt like echoes of anguish: schizophrenia, manic depression, melancholia. Each label a haunting reminder of the torment endured by those who had sought help here. She couldn't shake the sense that their stories lingered, weaving through the stillness around it. In one corner of the foyer stood a large mirror, its surface clouded with grime. Audrey approached it cautiously, feeling a strange compulsion to look deeper as she gazed into the murky reflection. She thought she saw a flicker of movement behind her, just a shadow, perhaps, but it sparked a sense of unease within her. Shaking her head to dispel the thought, she was left with the unsettling feeling that she was not alone, as if unseen eyes were watching her. Each creak of the building and distant rustle seemed to amplify her isolation. Audrey took a deep breath, steeling herself against the apprehension creeping into her thoughts. This was only the beginning of her exploration, and despite the unease that tugged at her, a spark of determination ignited within. She knew there were untold stories waiting to be discovered, and she was ready to delve deeper into the heart of Ashen Heights. As she ventured deeper into the asylum, the air thickened around Audrey, wrapping her in an almost suffocating embrace. The corridors stretched before her like dark, yawning chasms, their walls adorned with peeling paint that hung in ragged strips, shades of sickly green intermingled with faded yellows, their colors reminiscent of decay and neglect. Each step she took sent echoes bouncing off the walls, amplifying the oppressive silence and creating a sense of disorientation, as if the very structure were shifting around. The metal beds loomed in the shadows, stark and unforgiving, remnants of a time steeped in sorrow. Once white sheets, now tarnished and frayed, hung limply from the frames, their surfaces marked by stains that told tales of anguish long. Each bed seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 untold stories, whispers of despair trapped in the fabric. Audrey paused at one, the cold metal glinting in her flashlight's beam, her heart racing as she imagined the patients who had once sought refuge here, only to find themselves lost in their own torment. Nearby, a collection of rusting medical equipment lay strewn across the floor, forgotten relics of an era that had long since passed. Old wheelchairs stood sentinel, their wheels coated in layers of dust and cobwebs, as if they had been abandoned mid-journey. The frames creaked softly as Audrey brushed against one, sending a shudder through her. The echoes of those who had once relied on these chairs whispered through the air, ghostly reminders of lives altered and hopes dashed. In stark contrast, a faded examination table loomed in the dim light, its cracked surface bearing the imprints of past patients. Stains marred the tabletop, each blot a testament to the suffering that had occurred in this very spot. The cold steel was unsettling, almost alien, and Audrey felt a chill race through her as she considered the procedures that had taken place here. The flickering overhead light cast erratic shadows, elongating a table's form and imbuing the space with a sense of foreboding, as if it were alive and watching. Further along the corridor, the remnants of a medication cart lay overturned, its shelves scattered with rusting vials and discarded syringes. The labels were faded and barely legible, but the shapes suggested once potent substances meant to cure or... Audrey knelt to inspect the debris, a mixture of curiosity and unease swirling within her. She imagined the desperate hands that had reached for these vials, the hope that had once filled this place now reduced to echoes in the dust. The dim light flickered intermittently, casting unpredictable patterns on the walls that seemed to shift and breathe with an otherworldly energy. Audrey felt the pull of the past becoming stronger, as if the walls were leaning in closer to reveal their secrets. With each passing moment, she was enveloped in the history of the asylum, the emotions of those who had once walked these halls intertwining with her own. The stories trapped within the decaying structure whispered urgently, begging for release, urging her to uncover the truth buried in the depths of Ashen Heights. An uneasy feeling settled over Audrey as she wandered into the common room, a space that had once echoed with the faint sounds of interaction now long extinguished. The atmosphere was thick with a silence that felt heavy, pressing in on her from all sides. Broken furniture lay strewn about, some chairs upended and others cracked, as if the occupants had risen in sudden chaos, leaving behind only the remnants of their presence. It felt as though the room itself mourned, reflecting the despair that had permeated these walls. The walls were adorned with remnants of peeling wallpaper, the muted colors fading into obscurity. Patterns of flowers and abstract shapes had once attempted to create a comforting environment, but now they were merely shadows of what had been, a disheartening reminder of a failed promise. The air was stale, infused with the scent of mildew and decay, adding to the sense of abandonment that clung to every corner. Audrey could almost sense the weight of forgotten conversations and hushed whispers lingering in the stillness, stories of longing and suffering trapped in the very fabric of the room. In the far corner, a rusted piano stood defiantly, its presence both commanding and tragic. Once a source of solace, it now appeared as a relic of despair, its keys obscured by a thick layer of grime. Audrey approached it cautiously, drawn in by a compulsion she couldn't quite understand. The wooden frame was marred with deep scratches, as if someone had desperately clawed at it in moments of anguish. Each detail spoke of the history that had unfolded in this room, of hopes dashed and dreams extinguished. As she neared the piano, the dim light caught the dust motes swirling in the air, creating an ethereal haze around the instrument. She hesitated, her fingers hovering above the keys, caught between the desire to play and an instinctual dread. What melodies had once poured forth from this instrument? Had they been soothing lullabies or mournful dirges? The thought sent a shiver through her, reminding her that music in this place might not have been a source of comfort, but rather a cry for help, a desperate expression of pain. Audrey stood there for a moment, enveloped in the oppressive atmosphere of the room, contemplating the weight of the past pressing down on her. The piano seemed to pulse with an energy all its own, as if it held within it the cries of those who had sought refuge here. She could almost hear the faint echoes of sobbing and muted conversations weaving through the air, as though the asylum itself was urging her to confront the darkness that had once thrived in this very space. Finally, driven by an inexplicable urge to connect with the haunting history around her, she lowered her fingers onto the keys. The decision felt monumental, as if she were about to awaken something long dormant. As her fingers brushed the cold, dusty surface, she steeled herself for whatever might arise from the depths of this forsaken place. Suddenly, a faint whisper fluttered through the air, slicing through the oppressive silence like a knife. Audrey froze, her heart racing as she turned sharply, scanning the corridor behind her. The shadows seemed to writhe and shift, dark tendrils creeping along the walls in the dim light, yet the hallway remained devoid of any presence. "It's just the wind," she whispered to herself, attempting to dispel the growing unease that clutched at her chest. But as she stood there, the whispers grew louder, morphing into a dissonant chorus that wrapped around her like a tightening noose. The moment her fingers pressed down on the keys, a chilling note reverberated through the room, a sound that seemed to resonate with the very walls. The piano's tone was unsettling, echoing like a cry that had long been buried beneath layers of time. It was as if the instrument itself was a conduit, channeling the sorrows and secrets of those who had once inhabited this forsaken place. With each note, a sense of foreboding crept into the air, amplifying the whispers that coiled around her, urging her to listen. As she pressed another key, the sound morphed into something almost sentient, twisting and warping with a haunting quality. The whispers intensified, their urgency rising as if the voices were trying to convey something urgent, something lost. She could make out fragmented phrases, words slipping through her mind like grains of sand. Help, trapped, never. Each syllable steeped in desperation. The atmosphere thickened, pressing in on her as the cacophony of voices melded with the music, creating a chilling symphony that resonated in her bones. A shiver coursed through her as the shadows in the room appeared to pulse in time with the eerie melody. It felt as if the very fabric of the asylum was awakening, its dark history surfacing in response to her touch. The room grew colder, the air heavy with the weight of unspoken truths, and Audrey couldn't shake the feeling that she was tapping into something far beyond her understanding. The whispers seemed to beckon her deeper, weaving tales of anguish and despair, leaving her with an unsettling sense of connection to the lives that had once filled this desolate space. Determined to uncover the asylum's secrets, Audrey pressed on, her flashlight beam slicing through the thick darkness that enveloped her. Each step she took echoed softly against the crumbling walls, amplifying the profound silence that stretched in every direction. She moved cautiously, aware of the debris littering the floor, shattered tiles, twisted metal, and remnants of furniture that had succumbed to years of neglect. The air felt dense, weighed down by an unsettling atmosphere that gnawed at her insides. As she navigated the maze of corridors, the faint scent of mildew filled her nostrils, mingling with the lingering odor of decay. The walls were draped in shadows, and her flashlight's beam revealed glimpses of faded wallpaper, its once vibrant patterns now distorted and peeling away. Each flicker of light cast unsettling shapes that seemed to move just beyond her line of sight, heightening her sense of unease. Eventually, she stumbled upon a door marked Isolation Ward, its heavy frame leaning awkwardly, as if it were barely holding itself upright. The sight sent a chill through her, a mix of dread and curiosity stirring within. Audrey hesitated for a moment, her heart racing before pushing the door open with a hesitant nudge. It creaked ominously, the sound echoing in the stillness, as if announcing her entry into a realm steeped in forgotten history. As she stepped inside, she immediately sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The dim light seemed to deepen, and an uncomfortable weight settled around her, heavy with the memories trapped within the room. The walls, lined with cracked tiles, bore witness to the anguish that had unfolded here. Each tile was marked by stains and scratches, desperate scrawls that hinted at the torment experienced by those confined within these walls. Moving further into the ward, the air grew noticeably colder, a chill that seeped beneath her skin and sent a shiver down her spine. It was a stark contrast to the warmth she had felt moments before. The whispers that had been faint now surged forth, swirling around her in a disconcerting cacophony. Audrey could make out fragmented phrases weaving through the air, their meanings elusive yet imbued with a haunting urgency. Despite the rising tide of anxiety, she felt an irresistible pull to explore. The cries and murmurs seemed to beckon her deeper into the shadows of the room, urging her to uncover the truths that lay hidden within. The very essence of the asylum felt as though it were calling out to her, waiting for someone brave enough to acknowledge its dark past. As Audrey moved deeper into the isolation ward, the oppressive silence was suddenly interrupted by a faint sound, barely perceptible amidst the echoes of her own footsteps. It was a soft rustling like fabric brushing against skin, yet tinged with an unmistakable sense of urgency. Her heartbeat quickened as she strained to hear, every instinct urging her to retreat, but curiosity anchored her in place. The darkness seemed to pulse around her, and for a moment she felt the weight of unseen eyes watching her every move. Her flashlight flickered, casting elongated shadows that danced along the walls, creating an unsettling landscape of distorted forms. Audrey glanced around, searching for the source of the sound, her breath hitching as a deeper layer of darkness in the corner caught her attention. There, partially obscured by the shadows, was a figure still and silent, standing as if carved from the very gloom itself. It was an unsettling sight, the contours of its form blending seamlessly with the surrounding darkness. As she took a tentative step closer, the details of the figure began to emerge. A woman, her silhouette thin and fragile, stood motionless. Her hair hung in disheveled strands that framed a gaunt face, pale and worn. But it was her eyes that struck Audrey the most wide, almost luminous, yet clouded by a sorrow that seemed to extend beyond the confines of this room. It was as if they held the weight of 1,000 untold stories, each one steeped in anguish and longing. Audrey's pulse quickened and fear surged through her, compelling her to retreat. Yet something held her captive, an inexplicable connection that anchored her feet to the cold, unforgiving floor. The figure shifted slightly, and the air seemed to tremble around. "Help me," the woman whispered, her voice a delicate thread, fragile and strained. The words hung in the air, resonating within the chamber like a haunting echo. Caught between dread and compassion, Audrey felt her heart clench at the sight of the woman's desperation. This was no ordinary specter. It was a remnant of the pain that had unfolded in this wretched place. The sincerity in her plea pierced through Audrey's fear, igniting a flicker of determination. Who was this woman? What had happened to her? The questions flooded her mind, yet the answers remained tantalizingly out of reach. As she stood there, rooted in place, the figure seemed to beckon her closer, an imploring gesture that sent a jolt through Audrey's heart. It was a call to bear witness to a suffering that had been hidden away for far too long. But the intensity of that gaze, filled with an overwhelming sorrow, made her stomach churn. Audrey could feel the despair radiating from the figure, threatening to engulf her whole. An instinct to flee surged within her, battling against the compulsion to help. She took a step back, her breath coming in shallow gasps. The weight of the asylum pressed down on her, the walls feeling as if they were closing in, echoing the cries of countless souls who had suffered here. Her panic began to claw at her throat, tightening its grip, as the reality of her situation settled in. "I can't stay," she gasped, turning away from the haunting figure. The room seemed to darken further, shadows reaching out like grasping hands, desperate to pull her back into their depths. Audrey stumbled, her heart racing as she fought against the overwhelming urge to. She felt the darkness coiling around her, a malevolent force intent on trapping her in this suffocating embrace. With each step she took, the whispers grew louder, swirling around her in a disorienting frenzy. They were no longer just echoes of the past, but urgent cries for help, entwining with her thoughts, urging her to listen, to act. But fear consumed her, and her instincts screamed for her to escape. She could feel the icy grip of dread wrapping around her, threatening to pull her back into the abyss. Audrey's breaths came in quick bursts as she turned on her heel, her flashlight beam flickering in the chaos. The figure lingered in her periphery, a reminder of the suffering she had encountered. Yet she forced herself to push past the overwhelming sense of sorrow. Each moment felt like an eternity, every shadow stretching out toward her, eager to reclaim her within its grasp. Desperate to escape the clutches of the isolation ward, she stumbled toward the door, her pulse pounding in her ears. The whispers morphed into a chorus of lament, echoing her own fear. "I have to go," she gasped, her voice barely a whisper as she fought against the oppressive presence of the asylum. She felt the darkness tighten around her, its hold becoming more suffocating with each passing second. With a final frantic push, Audrey reached for the door, her fingers trembling as they grasped the cold handle. The figure's sorrowful eyes bore into her, filled with a haunting plea that resonated deep within her soul, but she couldn't linger any longer. The weight of despair threatened to pull her down, and she knew she had to break free before it consumed her entirely. Audrey fled through the door, her heart racing, the cacophony of voices swirling around her like a storm. "Help us! Don't leave!" They cried, their desperation echoing through the dim corridor. Her panic surged within her, propelling her down the hallway as the whispers morphed into a frantic chorus, each voice entwined with sorrow and longing. She could almost feel the weight of their gaze, imploring her to stop, to turn back and acknowledge their suffering. As she ran, the shadows closed in, twisting and writhing along the walls, creating a disorienting landscape that threatened to swallow her whole. The distant sound of footsteps echoed behind her, urging her to move faster. She rounded a corner, her flashlight beam cutting through the gloom, illuminating fleeting glimpses of abandoned rooms filled with remnants of a forgotten past. Each step felt like a race against time, the whispers crescendoing into a chorus of despair. "Stay with us," they called, their voices blending into a haunting melody. Audrey's breath quickened, desperation clawing at her chest. She needed to escape, yet the pleading voices tugged at her conscience, a relentless reminder of the souls trapped within these walls. Just ahead, a large room loomed, its door ajar, beckoning her in with an almost magnetic pull. She burst into the room, the air thick with the scent of rust and mildew. The sight that met her eyes was chilling. Medical equipment lay strewn across the floor, gurneys toppled, and restraints scattered like discarded toys. The remnants of a clinical nightmare surrounded her, whispers transforming into angry cries that reverberated in her mind. "You have to understand what they did to us. You're our only hope." In the center of the chaos stood an old doctor's desk, its surface cluttered with faded papers, each one a fragment of the asylum's dark legacy. Audrey felt a strange compulsion to approach, her fingers trembling as they hovered over the scattered documents. She needed to know what had happened here, to grasp the horror that lingered in the air. The whispers quieted for a moment, a hushed anticipation filling the room as she began to read. The first page she picked up was filled with the neat, precise handwriting of a long-gone doctor. Subjects exhibit signs of severe distress, it stated, unable to comprehend reality. Must continue testing. A knot twisted in her stomach as the implications sank in. The words were cold, clinical, devoid of compassion, as if the lives of the patients were mere data points in a grotesque experiment. Audrey felt a chill creep over her, realizing that those cries for help were the echoes of countless souls who had been subjected to unimaginable torment. In her eyes scanned further down the page, revealing phrases that made her heart race. Loss of identity, extreme reactions to stimuli, potential for breakthrough. The notes painted a disturbing picture of the dehumanization inflicted upon the patients, each line a testament to their suffering, each word a reminder of the cruelty that had unfolded within these walls. As Audrey turned another page, a frantic scrawl caught her eye. The handwriting jagged and erratic, as if written by someone in the throes of madness. She broke free. The screams. Oh, the screams. The ink smudged in places, a testament to the writer's desperation. They never believed us. Thought she was just one of us. But she was different, twisted by the treatments, driven mad by the torment they inflicted. We tried to contain her, but she was too strong. Her heart raced as she read on, the words painting a chilling picture of chaos. One day, she just snapped. They thought they could control her with more drugs, more tests, but it only made her worse. She escaped her cell and became a shadow, hunting us down, one by one. The author was desperate to warn anyone who might read it. She turned on the staff first. They were her tormentors after all, but we were collateral damage. Audrey's stomach churned as she pieced together the horrific truth. The whispers she had heard were not just the lost souls of patients. They were the terrified remnants of staff members, victims of a nightmare unleashed by the very woman she had encountered. We begged for help, but she only laughed. There was no salvation from her madness. The walls echoed with our cries, and soon the asylum itself became a tomb for our screams. The final lines were a frantic plea. We thought we could reason with her, but she was too far gone. She took our lives and our hope, If you're reading this, run. She is still here, and she will not rest until she claims you too. The last word was barely legible, smeared as if written in haste, a chilling testament to the madness that had once roamed these halls. Audrey's mind raced with this newfound understanding. The woman's insanity had not just resulted from her own suffering. It was a reaction to the horrors of the asylum, a place where humanity was stripped away, leaving only a shell filled with rage. The very souls of those she had harmed were now crying out through the whispers, begging for recognition and retribution. The shadows in the room seemed to shift, deepening around her as if the very essence of the asylum had awakened to her realization. The weight of the ghosts pressed down on her, their sorrow intermingling with the anger she now understood. This was not merely a haunting. It was a collective memory, a warning born from anguish. With a heavy heart, Audrey felt the walls closing in, the reality of her situation settling over her like a shroud. She had come seeking answers, yet the truth was a tangled web of torment and revenge. A reminder that in this place, not all. She felt the temperature drop, the shadows coiling around her as if drawing closer, hungry for her fear. The realization hit her like a physical blow. This wasn't just a place of sorrow, it was a site of vengeance. In the corner of her eye, she caught movement. The figure of the woman she'd seen earlier emerged from the shadows, her features now twisted with rage, eyes blazing with fury. The sorrow she had once sensed was gone, replaced by a darkness that was all-consuming. "You came here seeking answers, but you've awakened our pain," the woman hissed, her voice laced with bitterness. Audrey's breath caught in her throat, the remnants of her courage crumbling beneath the weight of the woman's wrath. She understood now the woman's suffering had transformed her into something far more sinister, a manifestation of the collective anguish of the lost souls who had endured the horrors of the asylum. "You can't escape what happened here," the figure screamed, her voice echoing with the intensity of countless other voices. Audrey's heart raced as she stepped back, instinctively moving toward the exit. The shadows deepened around her, their tendrils stretching out like grasping hands. "You will not leave," the woman shouted, fury igniting the air between them. Each syllable felt like a chain tightening around Audrey's chest, squeezing out her breath. The room began to pulse with energy, the atmosphere thickening as the whispers transformed into a sinister chant, enveloping her in a cloud of despair. The echoes of those lost souls intertwined with the figure's rage, creating a maelstrom of torment that threatened to consume her entirely. Audrey felt the walls close in, the darkness pressing against her as if it were alive. Perspiration clawed at her as she turned on her heel, her mind racing with the realization that she had awakened a fury that should have remained undisturbed. The oppressive energy surged, and she knew she had to escape before it was too late. As she stumbled toward the door, the whispers rising into a haunting roar, drowning out her thoughts. "You will know our pain. You will join us." The shadows deepened, swirling ominously around her, and she felt an icy grip on her heart. The woman, now no longer just a shadow of sorrow, had caught up to her. She now radiated a menacing energy, her eyes gleaming with a feral intensity. "You thought you could leave?" she hissed, her voice a twisted melody of grief and fury. "You awakened us. You must pay the price for your curiosity." Audrey's breath quickened as she tried to pull away, her pulse pounding in her ears. The door she had hoped to escape through now felt like an insurmountable barrier. "You wanted to know the truth," she taunted, the corners of her mouth curling into a sinister smile. "Now you will experience it firsthand." Her panic surged through Audrey, and she glanced around for another way out, but the room felt like it was closing in on her. The medical equipment that once seemed lifeless now appeared to loom threateningly, as if eager to partake in the unfolding nightmare. Shadows danced along the walls, echoing the chaotic energy in the air. The very essence of the asylum felt hostile, its spirit aligning with the woman's dark intent. "Please," Audrey stammered, desperation flooding her voice. "I didn't mean to intrude. I just wanted to understand." But her pleas fell on deaf ears, swallowed by the cacophony of anger and sorrow that filled the room. The woman's laughter, sharp and haunting, cut through the noise. "Understanding? There is no understanding here. Only suffering." As the figure drew closer, the air thickened with dread. Audrey's mind raced with thoughts of escape, but every instinct told her that she was outmatched. The woman's eyes glowed with an otherworldly fire, a reflection of the torment she had endured, and the shadows around her seemed to pulse with life, wrapping around Audrey like a constricting serpent. Audrey struggled against the iron hold, desperation clawing at her chest. "Let me go," she gasped, twisting her body to break free. The woman's eyes, once filled with sorrow, now burned with a feral intensity, reflecting a madness that made Audrey's skin crawl. The air was charged with a dark energy, and she felt as though the walls themselves were closing in, pressing her toward the woman. Summoning every ounce of strength, Audrey planted her feet firmly and pulled, trying to free herself from the woman's grasp. "I didn't come to hurt you. I just wanted to help," she shouted, but her words fell into the void, drowned out by the cacophony of anguished whispers that surged around them. As the woman tightened her grip, Audrey's mind raced for an escape. She glanced at the nearby window, its glass shattered and jagged, a potential way out, but she needed to break free first. With a determined cry, she twisted her body, forcing her arm from the woman's grasp just enough to slip away. During that fleeting moment of freedom, she bolted toward the window, adrenaline surging through her veins. "You can't run from us," the woman shrieked, fury lacing her words as she lunged after Audrey. The shadows seemed to writhe in response, trying to entangle her as she sprinted. As the woman tightened her grip, a wave of panic surged through Audrey, causing her heart to race and her thoughts to scatter like leaves in a storm. Perspiration clawed at her mind as she glanced at the nearby window, its jagged glass shards glinting ominously in the dim light, a precarious escape route that promised both freedom and danger. The sharp edges seemed to taunt her, but the urgency of the moment propelled her to fight against the woman's grasp. Drawing in a deep breath, she twisted her body with fierce determination, forcing her arm free just enough to slip away from the suffocating hold. In that fleeting moment of liberation, adrenaline coursed through Audrey like a wildfire, igniting her senses. Her instincts screamed at her to run, and she surged toward the window, her feet pounding against the cold floor. The air around her grew thick with an eerie energy, the whispers of the trapped souls descending into a desperate shrill. "You can't run from us," the woman shrieked, her voice laced with a blend of fury and desperation as she lunged after Audrey, shadows swirling ominously in her wake, like dark fingers reaching out to ensnare her. Audrey's breath quickened as she closed the distance to the window, the chill of the room contrasting sharply with the heat of her fear. The shadows seemed to writhe and coil around her, creating an illusion of entrapment that threatened to pull her back into the suffocating darkness. She felt the air grow heavier with each passing moment, the woman's eyes blazing with an intensity that sent shivers down her spine. As she ran, the atmosphere thickened, amplifying the sense of urgency that propelled her forward. With one last burst of energy, Audrey launched herself at the window, the jagged shards shimmering like teeth waiting to bite. Time slowed as she propelled herself through the opening, feeling the rough edges scrape against her side. Her pain flared momentarily, but there was no room for hesitation. She needed to escape. As she tumbled through, the outside world rushed in, a whirlwind of night sounds and crisp air enveloping her. The sense of liberation washed over her, but the fury of the woman echoed behind, intertwining with the whispers of the lost souls, urging her to flee into the depths of the night. Audrey sprinted into the night, the cool air biting at her skin as adrenaline surged through her veins. Each step felt like a release, her heart pounding against her ribs as she distanced herself from the haunted structure that had almost consumed her. The whispers faded behind her, but their haunting echoes lingered in her mind, a grim reminder of the souls trapped within those walls. The moon hung high, illuminating the twisted path ahead, guiding her as she fled. As she ran, the shadows of the trees loomed overhead, their gnarled branches clawing at the sky like skeletal fingers. The forest surrounding the asylum was dense and foreboding, yet it felt safer than the horrors she had just escaped. Audrey's breath came in ragged gasps, the weight of her experience settling heavily on her chest. She stumbled over roots and underbrush, the darkness swallowing her whole as she navigated through the thicket. Eventually, she reached a clearing, the moonlight breaking through the canopy and illuminating a small pond. Its surface reflected the silvery glow, creating an illusion of tranquility that contrasted sharply with the chaos still swirling in her mind. She slowed to a halt, hands on her knees as she fought to catch her breath, the night air sharp in her lungs. Glancing back toward the asylum, she felt an urge to look once more, but fear rooted her in place. The image of the woman surged to the forefront of her thoughts, twisted and furious, a vessel of anguish transformed into something sinister. Audrey shuddered, trying to shake the memory from her mind. Had she really been a victim of the asylum's madness, or had her suffering turned her into a monster? The unanswered questions gnawed at her, each one more unsettling than the last. In the distance, the mournful cries of an owl punctuated the silence, echoing her own feelings of despair. What had happened to the patients who had sought help in that place? Audrey realized she hadn't just escaped. She had fled from their stories filled with pain, betrayal, and suffering. She felt a flicker of guilt igniting within her, but she was just one person. What could she possibly do to help them now? With a newfound resolve, she pulled herself to her feet and took a deep breath. There had to be a way to honor those lost souls, to ensure that their stories didn't remain buried within the asylum's walls. Perhaps she could find others who were willing to uncover the truth, to confront the darkness that had consumed the lives of so many. But for now, she needed to put distance between herself and the horrors of Ashen Heights. As she started walking away from the pond, a chill wrapped around her, and she instinctively looked over her shoulder. The asylum loomed in the distance, its silhouette a dark smudge against the moonlit sky. Shadows shifted in the windows, and for a brief moment, she thought she saw the woman's figure staring out, her expression a mix of rage and sorrow. Audrey felt a shiver race down her spine, her instincts warning her that the danger wasn't entirely behind it. She quickened her pace, focusing on the path ahead as branches scraped against her arms, the forest closing in around her. Thoughts of the asylum and its inhabitants played like a movie in her mind, an endless loop of cries for help that filled her with a sense of urgency. She knew she couldn't let fear dictate her actions. She had to be strong, not just for herself, but for those who could no longer speak. Eventually, Audrey reached the edge of the forest, the dark trees giving way to a narrow road. The faint glow of headlights in the distance offered a glimmer of hope, a promise of safety beyond the oppressive shadows. As she made her way toward the road, her heart still raced. But the weight of her experience began to shift. As Audrey stumbled through the underbrush, the distant sound of her own heartbeat drowned out the night's stillness. Finally, she caught sight of her car, a small, solitary figure parked at the edge of the forest, its headlights dimmed but still providing a beacon of familiarity in the oppressive darkness. Relief surged through her, yet it was quickly shadowed by the gnawing realization that the horrors of Ashen Heights would not simply fade away. The stars twinkled above, indifferent and cold, as if mocking her determination to escape. Audrey knew she could not forget what she had witnessed. The asylum had intertwined her fate with the restless souls trapped within its walls. Their cries echoed in her mind, relentless and haunting. Rather than seeking resolution, she felt an overwhelming burden to carry their pain, an obligation that would shape her very existence. As she approached her car, she felt the weight of their stories pressing down on her. Each day would serve as a reminder of the horrors they endured, and each night would become a struggle against the suffocating silence that sought to drown out their suffering. Audrey understood that her journey was no longer about unraveling mysteries. It was about living with the knowledge of their anguish, a dark stain on her conscience that she could never wash away. Gliding into the driver's seat, she took a moment to catch her breath, but the comfort of her surroundings felt hollow. The asylum loomed large in her mind, its presence seeping into the cracks of her sanity. She glanced into the rear-view mirror, half expecting to see the woman's vengeful gaze staring back at her. Instead, she saw only the shadows of the forest, but she could almost feel the weight of those lost souls behind her, their unresolved pain wrapped tightly around her heart. With trembling hands, she turned the key in the ignition, the engine's roar breaking the oppressive silence. As she pulled away from the edge of the forest, she knew that the echoes of Ashen Heights would haunt her every step. Instead of finding solace, she felt the grim reality of their existence intertwining with her own, a dark tether binding her to their unresolved agony. And as she drove into the night, she realized that the only legacy she could carry was the haunting knowledge of their suffering, a constant reminder that some stories are never truly laid to rest. Weeks passed, Audrey struggled to shake the haunting memories of Ashen Heights. One evening, while scrolling through local news, a chilling headline caught her eye. Local hiker missing after venturing near Ashen Heights Asylum. The article detailed the disappearance of Jason, a college student who had entered the asylum with his friends Kevin and Hunter, eager to document the rumored hauntings. The trio had planned an overnight investigation, armed with cameras and audio equipment, hoping to capture the elusive spirits that locals claimed roamed the asylum's crumbling halls. Only Kevin and Hunter returned, visibly shaken and haunted by what they had witnessed. Jason was taken. Kevin gasped, his voice trembling. "We heard her. The woman. She pulled him away into the darkness. We couldn't save him." A search party was quickly organized, composed of local volunteers and authorities who combed the surrounding woods for any sign of Jason. Audrey's heart raced as she read through the updates, dread pooling in her stomach. The search lasted for days, but despite their efforts, Jason remained missing. Eventually, they found the trio's equipment scattered near the asylum: backpacks, flashlights, and their recording gear, but no sign of Jason. Investigators reviewed the footage from their cameras, and Audrey leaned closer, captivated yet apprehensive. The video was grainy, but the audio captured a chilling narrative. Kevin's shaky voice filled the recording as he narrated their experience. "We're entering the asylum now. It feels like someone is watching us." The sounds of their footsteps echoed ominously, growing fainter as they moved deeper into the building. Suddenly, a burst of whispers pierced the audio. Ghostly pleas mingled with Jason's laughter, a stark contrast to the rising tension. "Did you hear that?" Hunter exclaimed, his voice thick with fear. "It sounds like..." The air grew heavy as they pressed on, the whispers swelling into a chaotic chorus that surrounded them. Then came the moment that sent shivers down Audrey's spine. The recording abruptly captured a scream, followed by a loud crash. The sounds of struggle filled the audio, and Kevin's frantic breaths were laced with desperation. "Jason, where are you?" he shouted. The last coherent words echoed through the recording. "Something's got him." After that, there was only static. The screen faded to black, leaving a chilling silence that enveloped the room. Audrey felt her heart sink as she realized the weight of what they had experienced. A darkness that had consumed Jason. As of now, Jason remains missing, and the search has been called off. The authorities expressed their deep concern, stating that despite extensive searches through the dense woods surrounding the asylum, no trace of him had been found. Her family members held out hope, clinging to the belief that Jason had simply wandered off and would eventually return. But the community grew increasingly anxious, whispers of the asylum's dark past rekindling old fears. Audrey felt a chill settle in her bones, an unshakable awareness that the whispers of the asylum would continue to echo through the lives of those drawn to its haunted history. The cycle of despair and disappearance remained unbroken, a haunting legacy that would claim new victims as it had Jason. Local news outlets ran the story for several days, featuring interviews with Kevin and Hunter, who recounted their harrowing experience in shaky voices. Their eyes, haunted and hollow, reflected the terror they had faced within those decaying walls. "We heard voices," Kevin admitted, his hands trembling as he gestured to the asylum silhouette in the distance. "We didn't just see Jason disappear. We saw her pulling him away." Hunter, unable to contain his emotions, broke down, his anguish echoing through the small town, resonating with anyone who had ever dared to approach the asylum. As weeks passed, the weight of Jason's absence loomed over the community, transforming the once curious legends of the asylum into a collective fear. Vigil gatherings were held, and candles were lit in hopes of guiding Jason back home. Each flickering flame seemed to flicker in rhythm with a growing unease, a somber reminder that the asylum's secrets remained locked away, waiting to ensnare the next soul brave or foolish enough to seek them. As we reach the end of tonight's stories on Hauntales, it's time to let your mind drift away. Listen to the sound of the rain gently falling in the background. Let each drop calm your thoughts and ease you into a peaceful sleep. There's nothing to fear now, just the soothing rhythm of the rain. Focus on your breathing, let your body relax, and allow yourself to drift deeper into rest. Sleep peacefully, and we'll meet again tomorrow night for another story. Good night.